This meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, December 15th. There is a need for two executive sessions, and I propose that they go in succession. Item 1.01 and 1.02, and the executive sessions relate to ARS 38-431.03A and 8 for discussion or consideration of matters relating to school safety operations and school safety plans or programs. Item 1.02 is the governing board may vote to discuss this matter in executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A and 3, and 7, to receive legal advice from attorney to discuss and consult with the representatives in order to consider its position and instruct its attorney and representatives regarding negotiations for the sale or lease of real property. Those are the two executive sessions in brief. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Humphries. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. Any discussion? All those in favor of moving to executive session 2 in succession, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same. Motion carries 4-0. We will recess to executive session.
Hello?
Check.
We are waiting for one of our board members is here telephonically. The room has been set up for maximum capacity. We have an overflow room. We ask those of you who are standing at the back to please go to that overflow room. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting of the Gilbert Governing Board to order. Today is Tuesday, December 15th. We are in a regular business meeting. We have just concluded 2 executive sessions. We'll call this portion of the meeting to order. Item 2. Item 2.02 would be a moment of silence. We'll do a pledge led by Ms. Uggetti. That's item 2.03. So if you would please join me in a moment of silence. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That takes us to item 2.04, which is roll call of board members. Ms. Wilson, would you please call the roll?
Dr. Charles Santa Cruz,
Here.
Ms. Laurie Wood. Here. Mr. Reed Carr,
Here.
Ms. Sheila Uggetti. Here. Ms. Jill Humphreys. Here. Mr. President, all board members are present. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. We're at item 3, the approval of this evening's agenda. Item 3.01. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Humphreys. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. Any discussion? Seeing none, then we will vote on approval of this evening's agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, the same. Motion carries 5-0. We are now at item 4, the superintendent's report. Dr. McCord, I'll defer to you.
Thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz. Governing board members, good evening and welcome to our meeting. We've made it through the first semester of this school year, and I'm very proud of our students, our families, our teachers, support staff, administrators, for everything you've done to get us to this moment. Maneuvering through this pandemic has been a struggle for everyone in many different ways. And again, all the work that everyone has put in is very much appreciated, I know by myself, this governing board, and all the district level administration. We want to talk about some celebrations. Highland High School football, they were our runner-up 6A finalists, so please give them a hand. Congratulations to them. Mesquite High football, they are returning for a second year as 4A state champions, so congratulations to Mesquite High football. We have some GPS Coding League winners during Computer Science Week. And I'm just going to please ask for forgiveness if I mess up somebody's name. Ben Hunter from Highland. Ian Batia from Gilbert Classical Academy. Wuhan Bo-Mik from Highland High. Connor Deshka from Gilbert Classical Academy. Victoria Wang from Gilbert Classical Academy. Malia Berner from Highland High, Easton Peterson from Desert Ridge Junior High, Nabia Alam from Gilbert Classical Academy, and Cohen Mann from Highland Junior High, and Alex Moss from Highland High. Again, our GPS League coding winners. Congratulations to all of them. National Merit Scholar semifinalists. Here we go. From Campo Verde, Lauren Brandt. From Desert Ridge, Adeline Dow. From Mesquite High, Donovan Harp and Hongtao Liu. From Gilbert Classical Academy, Matthew Hanna. From Highland High, is it Mary or Marianne Wood? Mrs. Wood's daughter, congratulations. Jason Callalang and Isaac Root. Congratulations to all of those. Please give them a hand on National Merit Scholar semifinalists. And lastly, our teachers. We have 3 teachers that became nationally board certified. That would be James Archambault, Carrie Glover, and Haley Mercy. And we had a renewal of the national board certification, and that is Lori Foltz. So congratulations to all 4 of them. Thank you very much. Dr. Santa Cruz, that concludes my report for this evening. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. McCord. Ms. Wood, are you reading or should we play the recorded message? Okay, if you would please play the recorded message. We are at item 5 with 5.01,
an open
request
call
to speak.
A public meeting subject to reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions to allow individuals to address the public body on an issue within the jurisdiction of the public body. At the conclusion of the open call to the public, individual board members may respond to criticism made by those who have addressed the board, may ask the staff to review a matter, or may ask a matter to be put on a future agenda. However, members of the board shall not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during the open call to the public unless the matters are properly noticed for discussion and legal action. During the open call, the board requests that speakers refrain from voicing complaints against school personnel or any person connected with the district, as it may impact due process rights. Policy KE, KEB, and KED are provided by the board for disposition of legitimate complaints, including those involving individuals. Forms required for use of these policies can be obtained from the Gilbert Public Schools website.
Thank you. We have 20 or so folks who have requested to speak this evening. We'll start with our first 3. Bonnie Hickman, and I apologize in advance. I do not intend to massacre names, but that may happen. Kara Dodds and Amber Franco. Ms. Hickman, you have 3 minutes.
Hi. First, I would like to thank the school board and Dr. McCord and all the GPS families that are here. My name is Bonnie Hickman, and I am speaking as myself as an individual with a vested interest in our school district. I have been a 6th grade teacher for 30 years, 26 of those years in the same classroom. I have a lot of stuff. And I've been in the Gilbert district, obviously, for that same amount of time. I teach 6th grade, and I absolutely love my 6th graders and what we do, their abilities, what they are able to do, and their sense of humor. When I started off teaching, I started off with a chalkboard and a ditto machine that OSHA decided they needed to get rid of because of the fumes. And then I was so excited when we finally got an overhead projector that I could use. And then the idea when they finally put a TV in my room and a telephone, I was like, I couldn't even believe it. It wasn't the wobbly cart anymore. I do still have a film strip projector, though, because you never know what's going to happen in this world. But I do know that after I earned my K-12 online teaching endorsement, it opened up the idea of what technology was going to do for us. I never expected it to turn into what this is. The material that the district has paid for us with the Florida Virtual, it's not ideal, but it sure is better than what we tried to wrap together in, last spring and tried to figure out how we were going to do this. It's definitely teaching our kids. I'm learning things along with them. But teachers decided to teach because we wanted to be with kids. We wanted to be in a classroom. And the idea of having the kids remote is really hard. It is really, really hard. You can't see their faces. You can't tell who's talking. There's so many glitches. And I know the majority of teachers would say they would prefer to be in their classroom. Working hybrid is more work. Working virtually is ridiculous amounts of work. However, we really need to look at the safety issues. We had 2 special ed teachers out at my school a few weeks ago that both tested positive. Because of that, with the contact tracing and the closeness of their populations, we had 40 kids that had to be quarantined. And so I think we really probably need to consider what are we doing if we are not masking up, if we are not doing this in our community. Because really, I don't see that the spread is happening in the classrooms, but we can't have things like, I heard that one of the high schools had a dance party last week or something. So we're just really asking that we stick to wearing masks and we do what we need to keep our kids safe, to keep our schools safe, keep our teachers safe, and keep the schools open. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickman. Cara Dodd?
Actually, I passed to speak. It was a mistake.
Okay, thank you. Amber Franco?
Good evening, members of the Governing Board and Dr. McCord. My name is Amber Franco, and I am the Gilbert Education Association President. Our mission is to advocate for education professionals. Our members fulfill the promise of public education for every student by preparing students to succeed in a diverse and interdependent world. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of GEA members and education professionals. Over the course of 5 months, members and education professionals have worked tirelessly to ensure students are appropriately educated through an online, hybrid, or an in-person platform. Each situation required dedicated certified staff to be flexible and adapt their curriculum and teaching to provide a quality education for GPS students. Alongside these exceptional educators were the dedicated educational support staff, i.e. office staff, paraprofessionals, teachers' aides, custodial, and transportation. All of these individuals deserve to be recognized for their dedication to servicing GPS students. Since the last time I spoke, GEA and GPS administration have worked together to ensure the safety and welfare of staff, students, families, and the community by implementing a GPS COVID-19 dashboard, weekly or bi-weekly discussions, and safety mitigation. As we move into the second semester of the school year, GEA would like to reiterate the commitment of the school board motion on November 4th. Gilbert Public Schools Governing Board will meet to decide whether students and staff return to virtual learning for 2 weeks should COVID-19 cases continue to rise within the school community or with the wider Gilbert and Mesa community. Should cases decrease during the 2 weeks of hybrid learning, students and staff would return to in-person instruction. This is the GPS meeting November 4th, 2020. At this time, GEA is advocating for the district to consider returning hybrid for elementary and online for secondary, or hybrid for both elementary and secondary, depending upon the Maricopa County dashboard, and to make the decision tonight. GEA is also requesting the GPS dashboard to be updated twice weekly, Monday and Thursday, so we can have a more accurate count. We thank you in advance for considering our request. As a community, we can continue to work in partnership to provide safe return to school in January. To all the parents and guardians, teachers are committed to providing high-quality education for all students, but they need your help to stop the spread by wearing masks, limiting gatherings, and keeping sick students home, so all students and teachers can safely continue learning in person. There is nothing more that we want than to be educating within our own school walls. We only can do that when it is safe. GEA acknowledges how difficult the pandemic has been for educators, including our administration, our governing board members, parents, guardians, and last but not least, our students. As we move forward into the second half of the school year, we just want to tell you, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Franco.
You're welcome.
Next three would be Trina Jonas, someone identified only as Tara, and Jocelyn Crozer.
Can I take this off? Okay. Whew. It's hard to breathe enough as it is. Okay. First, I want to start out by thanking Dr. McCord and all of our amazing staff for their hard work and diligence to keep our kids safe since going back to school full-time in person. They did it. They have succeeded in ensuring that our kids are not getting COVID while being at school full-time. Our own Gilbert Public Schools data show that even the few kids who have tested positive for COVID, and by result forced children who are sitting next to them in class to quarantine, of those kids, almost none of them, it's been a handful, have then tested later positive for COVID, and most of those have had positive tests in their family, so they cannot be sure that it was even traced back to school. The mitigation strategies that we heard over many meetings and hours of time are working, and we are so appreciative and so grateful and so thrilled about it. Second, I want to encourage the board to revise your motion, which it was a two-part motion, and encourage you to vote to change the motion to only track the schools and determine whether they're hybrid, online, or in person based upon each individual school data and our own numbers and not on the community spread. When we first started this journey, we did not have any data. We were all guessing, all of us. We didn't know exactly what was going to happen, if the district mitigation strategies were going to work. But we don't have to guess anymore. We have so much data that tell us exactly what's happening in a variety of areas. One, we know that COVID cases at almost all schools in Gilbert Public Schools is low. Today we have 13 schools that have 0 cases, 0. 12 schools with only 1 active case. And not one school on the list qualifies to go to hybrid by your very low and arbitrary, because I don't know how you came up with the numbers, low standard of 1%, 1.5, and 2% active cases. That's a very low number, and I feel like it's a really great compromise among our community of all the people that really wanted to close and the people that really want to open. I mean, that's a very low standard. And at that very low standard, none of the schools should be closed because our district mitigation strategies are working. You are doing it. Because of the district's efforts, we know that the absolute safest place for our kids to be is in schools. When they're in school, they interact with the same people day in and day out. When you change their schedules to hybrid or online, you're now disrupting an entire chain of safety that comes from only seeing the same people regularly. These kids are now thrown into daycare, roaming the neighborhoods, babysitting facilities like bouncy gyms and everywhere else that's providing full-time care so their parents can go to work, because what are we all supposed to do? So these kids have so much extra time that they're now interacting with so many other people. So it would probably help our entire community numbers by keeping the kids in school, because they're going to interact with fewer people than they would be being online or in hybrid. My kids were in hybrid and done at like noon, and they have nothing to do. The CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics have all stated that it's the absolute safest place for our kids to be in school. Third and lastly, the unintended consequences of this is a great mental health crisis,
Time.
which I know a lot of other people are going to talk about. So I encourage you to change the motion and just go school by school.
Tara?
So I have a lot to say, but I know there are a lot of people tuning in on their TVs too they don't see who's sitting here. But we've spoken, we've yelled, we've screamed, we've sent emails. You know how we voted. It's to keep the doors open. That is your number one priority, is education. Do your job as the school board members that make those decisions. So I'm going to spend the remainder of my time, because we have only received silence from all of you. We've sent emails asking for, why are we doing this? Why are you doing that? Nothing. That proves to us that you don't care about our students' education. So I'm going to spend the remainder of my 2 minutes and 15 seconds in silence. Does someone else want my minutes? Say that, Justin.
Excuse me, you can't give your minutes to someone else. You have 3 minutes.
Is that a law? I'm just curious. Does anybody want me to say something on their behalf?
I emailed every one of them multiple times. I'm not even a parent that would be at a meeting like this. And nobody responded. I actually had to call Shane McCord, his second executive assistant, in order to get a hold of him before he actually called me back within 15 minutes. Unacceptable. You're silent. Let's hold him accountable. Yeah. It's your job. Or respond.
Why is a Walmart worker required to work, but teachers are not required? Why is that even a thing?
Tara has the floor. Thank you.
Unacceptable.
The silence is deafening. So we'll sit here. You know better. You need to do better. Your minds, you've told us, are made up. So it doesn't matter what we say, what we do, because you're going to go to bed tonight knowing you are not opening our doors come after the semester. I'm angry. I'm frustrated. And you want all of us to surrender. Like, it's okay. We're going to make it through this. We're in this together. You can save it. Because we're not buying into this.
Crozier?
Hi. I think you know me. My name is Justin Kauser, and I have 3 school-aged kids from high school down to elementary. One of the most disturbing things I've noticed during this COVID pandemic is the idea that our elected officials can somehow decide to assume a position for which they were not elected, for which they are not qualified, experienced, or a position that really doesn't even exist. Unfortunately, this has been very prominent among school boards across our country, and ours is no exception. You were elected by your community to serve as a school board member. I know I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. Your sole purpose, as it is stated very clearly on your own Gilbert Public School District webpage, states, the board shall act as the general agent for the state of Arizona in carrying out the will of the people in this district in matters of public education. Let's read that again. The board shall act as a general agent in carrying out the will of the people in this district. Notice, it does not say the board will make health decisions for the families in this district. It does not say the board will assess health risks in its community. It does not say the board will listen to the loud voices coming from the Teachers Association. And it does not say the board will prioritize other agendas above providing a quality education for its students. What it does say is the board will carry out the will of the people in this district. Now, I know you're hearing from both sides. I know you get hundreds of emails saying open schools and close schools. And I know you feel that you can't please everyone, but you can. You can continue to offer online learning for those families that feel like they need it, and at the same time offer full-time in-person learning to the families that desperately need it right now. It may take courage, ingenuity, and some creativity, but you can do it and you must do it. That is your job. That is the sole reason you were elected to this position. You are not medical doctors. You are not epidemiologists. You are members of a school board, and I am here tonight to ask you to do your job and give our kids the education they deserve. We are coming up on almost a solid year of subpar, lousy education. That scares me. The ramifications of the actions you've taken this year will not go unnoticed. They will haunt these kids for years to come. I have a junior in high school who's concerned about his future and his career path. Unfortunately, there's not going to be a little box he can mark when he applies to college or post-college graduate programs that says, sorry, this was 2020 and my school board didn't care about my education. No, he just lost a whole year of quality education and we can't get that back. So please, do your job. Carry out the will of those who elected you to be here. Open our schools for full-time in-person learning on January 5th. I'm asking you to find the courage to stand with us and say that educating our children is essential.
Next three speakers are Steve LeSueur, Corey Childs, and Wendy Findalka.
Thank you for letting me speak to you today. I am here because I have 5 kids, 4 of which are in Gilbert Public Schools. And a year and a half ago asked me if I ever would have considered taking my kids out of Gilbert Public Schools, and I would have looked you in the face and I would say, you're crazy. Our schools are awesome. There's no reason to go to any other school program. I made fun of people that would go to ALA and places like that because our schools are great. But today I have to tell you that would not be what I would tell you if you asked me that question. When this pandemic hit and people were blowing it way out of proportion, I know people are dying, but let's get real. Businesses are growing out of business and people are suffering in much more horrible ways that are alive than those that are on the other side. And I would just like to say that the 4 kids that I have in school, I pulled them all out of Gilbert Public Schools, put them in a different program where they could thrive. Then when schools had the courage to open back up, I took 3 of the 4, put them back in schools, but one of my kids is still not in school because she's in elementary, and there's no way she can learn on a computer in 1st grade. It just doesn't happen. So it's easy to make decisions when you have no kids in school, but when you have kids in school, you see the reality of what's actually happening. I know that in the times that we're in, it's not easy to make courageous decisions because there's a lot of pressure about what's the right decision. But in reality, the right decision is to keep our kids in school and open back up January 5th and allow them to thrive and not have them live in a state of fear, but in a state where they can actually thrive and become better each day in our great schools. I feel sorry for teachers. This teacher that came up, I think their jobs are hard as it is. I think it just got way harder this year. I think they do an amazing job. I think that the schools that my kids are in do an amazing job. Greenfield Elementary, Highland Park, Greenfield Junior. They're full of great teachers that love their job and want to do their job. And I hope that we can think of those people that want their kids and their students to be in class, like this teacher here who wants to teach the kids. I don't think they do it because they're getting paid $1 million. I think they do it because they love to see the kids become better each day. And I'm grateful for that. I'm not going to put my 1st grader back in school ever if it keeps up the way that it's going. And I just would like to say in closing that if this was about safety, some people are not going to like this, there wouldn't be football in high school. It's not safe. So it would be done for. It's not about safety, it's about fear, and I hope we can overcome it.
Corey, Wendy, and then Lisa.
Hey guys, I'm Corey Childs. Thanks for hearing me. I'll be honest, like this is the last place I want to be, and I know you guys are getting some pretty tough comments right now, and I know you get paid nothing for what you do, so that like makes it extra crappy. But you know, really, I'm a dad, and I got 4 kids that go to school, and I had them in ALA, and I took them out, and I put them in Gilbert schools, and it's been a big blessing. I got 2 high schoolers, and I got 2 elementary aged kids, and 2 of my kids have some slight special needs. This morning we woke up, and we're A through L, so we were at home, and my 2 littlest kids, you know, they got on their laptops and signed in for like 2 minutes and said hi to their teacher, and then they sat down to this fat packet of stuff to do. And my boy, who's in 4th grade, he's on the ball, and so it works for him. But my youngest daughter, who has a little bit of a learning disability, but not enough to where she qualifies to be in school all the times, it was a nightmare. I stayed late. She battled with my wife. She decided in page 1 of her packet that she wanted to go outside and sit out by the pool because that would be the best place. And it was a nightmare. I stayed, tried to, you know, calm the situation. And this is my wife stays at home. She's able to help the kids. It was a nightmare, guys. It was a nightmare. And then I get the text from my wife of why this is a real struggle. And, you know, the data right now, when I was at one of the meetings when we set up the hybrid, you know, the different types of systems, and the data right now really says the best place for the kids is in school. They're safest in school. The virus isn't transmitting as much in school, mentally, socially. So I talk to my high school girls, and they talk about their friends who've left, about the drug abuse that's happened. One of my daughter's very best friends, she had to move away because of drug abuse in her family and on her own. And that's really tough. You know, ASU, they have an in-person program. Dr. Crow, he's figured it out. EVIT, they're full-time in-person. They've figured it out. I'm asking you, with a lot of these other parents, please figure out how to keep them in there. That's what we're here for. And I know you guys you get paid nothing, man. You got no vested interest in any other thing. And I know the school fake union is trying to, you know, mess up this and call a sick out so teachers don't show up, and that would stink. But I'm just saying, is it going to take a couple kids blowing their brains out, and maybe your kids know them or my kids know them, for us to say, hey, you know, maybe we should consider really what this means. And I don't want that. Please keep them open. Please figure it out.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Wendy Fiandaca, and I'm a Gilbert taxpayer. I'm also the parent of 3 GPS students, 2 at Campo Verde and 1 at South Valley. I also have a daughter who graduated last year, so I'm advocating right now for full-time in-person education. On the GPS website, there's a graphic that claims GPS as a common sense district. I'm urging the board to make common sense decisions for our district instead of ceding all of your authority away to other bureaucratic agencies, like the Maricopa County Department of Health. They make recommendations, but you make the policy, and their metrics aren't grounded in any scientific data. Rather, they're arbitrary, inconsistent. They're guesses. All 3 of my kids in GPS have been healthy this semester, yet my senior's been quarantined when he wasn't sick during a crucial week in trying to finish his work for the semester. My kids are missing out on opportunities, like everyone is, to perform live with their school bands, and what they're really missing out on is live in-person life. They feel like they're in a prison, and it's hard to argue with them. And the damage from not being at school is greater than the risks associated with getting this virus. Actually, we don't know the full damage because we've never done this before. The social and psychological effects will likely prove to be far worse than the protections that we think we're offering with these restrictions. So I was told over the summer that I could choose live in-person instruction. And I was under the impression that I could choose the risk that I'm willing to accept, like when I choose to go on an airplane or cross the street. But I did not know how little live instruction there would actually be. My senior son has been at school a total of 43 days out of 87 days this semester. That's less than half the days of the semester. So as a parent, this was not what I asked for, and as a taxpayer, kind of insulted that I paid for this semester. But now looking to the future, it seems clear that this school board plans on starting second semester all virtual as if it's March again. And I have to conclude that the board is complacent with just continuing virtual instruction for the foreseeable future. My sons have missed so much instruction in person that I've begun to question the value of the AP tests. In AP Calculus, they started off the semester catching up from last year what they didn't cover in the math class before, and they're so far behind this year that I don't know if the cycle of catching up will end in time for taking AP tests this spring. So I want to let parents know you have until the end of February to cancel and get your money refunded. And I do want to let the great AP teachers out there know that I do applaud what you do, and I'm happy you got bonuses for doing it last year. But just know there's parents like me considering not doing it this year. And right now, I would also just put a message out to parents that we just need to be thinking right now about what happens if the Maricopa County Department of Health,
Time.
If I could just say like one more thing about if they issue a mandate for a vaccine, that is going to be very problematic because that's when you start to require something that we could have personal exemptions for. But I could see an administrator sitting across the desk from me and telling me, I'm sorry, you can't come to school here unless your child has proof of a COVID vaccine. And if you do that, if you get to that point, that's when I think I'm
Dr. Santa Cruz, as a point of order, as much as I appreciate these comments.
Okay, so thank you very much for the time.
Lisa Madison, Kathy Waldo, and then Dr. Allison Wilcock.
Hello, my name is Lisa Madison. I've been a Gilbert Public School District parent for 17 years, and I have loved our experience here. I'm so grateful for the amazing teachers, staff, and school board that have loved and influenced my 4 children's lives. My 2 youngest are at Gilbert High right now, and they are in grades 9 and 12. Multiple times we've discussed pulling them out of the district to either homeschool them or go to a charter school. But we've decided to put our faith in this district and fight for the education that they deserve. I'm a very recent nursing school graduate. I have been in the hospital multiple times, and I've seen the effects of COVID. We all know it's real. We all know it can be severe on certain people. At this point, though, there is enough evidence to show that it is not a risk to our children or the staff, and with the optional vaccine that is coming up, it's even less of a threat. Those of us parents that are speaking out for in-person school are not uncaring, we're not uninformed citizens. We have weighed the risks and the benefits, and we know that our kids need to be in school. The CDC recommends that our kids be in school. The literal experts on infectious disease are encouraging all states to send our kids to in-person full-time school. One of my children has multiple friends that have contemplated taking their own lives because of the stress and loneliness that this has all caused. There are far more cases of suicide in children than there are COVID deaths in children. I understand that some families feel safer at home doing online school, and I completely respect that decision, but there is a way to do both. We've taken the measures, we've been safe, and there are ways to do both. Don't take away our choice to go back to in-person full-time school. 4 years ago, I had a daughter pass away in a car accident, and I would never ever ask anyone to stop driving because of it. I know people have died because of this virus. We know that people live with permanent damage, but the majority of people who get it have mild symptoms and then they recover in less than a week. We cannot stop. We have to stop living out of fear. Please send our children back to full-time in-person school on January 5th. Thank you.
Kathy Waldo.
Good evening. I am here as a mother of 5, as well as a local pediatric healthcare provider. Whether or not you choose to acknowledge it, the detrimental effects of school closure are very real and lasting. Rampant depression, anxiety, new onset tic-like behaviors in normally well-adjusted children, and a widening chasm between typical and atypical learners are just some of the repercussions I am confronting as a provider. Because our school staff are living their lives outside of campus and not just leaving their homes to go to school and back, the argument that we need to hide behind county benchmarks for community spread does not hold up. In fact, we can look to our large neighboring school districts, including Higley, Queen Creek, and Chandler Public Schools, who have all mapped out a safe and rational plan to continue the option of in-person learning after break. Continuing our mitigation strategies, recruiting more substitute teachers and expediting their applications, encouraging staff vaccination for those willing, adopting a campus-by-campus approach to COVID spread, and revising our district quarantine policy to align with the county's abbreviated 7 to 10-day recommendations will allow us to staff our classrooms and maintain a safe, full-time, in-person learning option after break. The issue of opening schools is not just about our largely well-supported students in Gilbert. It is about the welfare of children across our state and nation for whom school is their only safe, structured place with consistent meals and people who invest in their lives. The issue is about 1,500 plus missing children, students in Mesa who are literally lost, who never unenrolled but never attended any virtual learning. They are watching us. This board has been given the complete autonomy to allow the choice for in-person learning regardless of the recommendations of politicians or county staff, as we do not have control over people living their lives with exposure risk off campus. We can't control that. Each of you can stop our own enrollment hemorrhaging of 4,000 plus students, leaving us but a fraction of the funding we need for next year or the year after. You tell us to look to the experts, and we have. The CDC states open our schools. The American Academy of Pediatrics states open our schools. Dr. Fauci himself says open our schools. Allow families and staff at risk to remain safely at home to learn, and open our schools with a choice of full-time in-person learning for those who choose. You have nothing to hide behind now. Not benchmarks, not politicians, not teachers' unions, and not fear. Our children matter. Open our schools. Thank you.
Allison Wilcock.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Allison Wilcock, a pediatrician in Gilbert and a mother of 3 students at Greenfield Elementary School. I'd like to speak to you on my medical opinion of the importance of opening our schools to full-time in-person learning. This year has been a very difficult year on many families, especially those that have teenage students. Our patients in our office have faced many difficult challenges. We've seen several 15 and 16-year-old females become pregnant, which in our area typically is not common. We've seen 2 to 3 times a day patients that need to be referred to mental health for anxiety and depression. It's a rare school-age child that hasn't gained a significant amount of weight this year. This is a typical growth chart of an 8-year-old student in our area. We see many children that are experimenting with drugs. I've examined patients who have been abused and are no longer in a classroom where there's mandatory reporters that may have picked it up sooner. And there's many families that are either single parents or 2 working parents where there's no education happening due to time constraints. I've seen many teens who have completely lost their motivation to learn in a classroom. I tell parents we're raising a cohort of kids that are going to live in your basement because they've gotten used to hanging out instead of working hard at school and after school activities. These are some of the reasons I'm very passionate about in-person learning as of January 5th. I'd like to share quickly 2 cases with you that the parents have given me permission to share. A 17-year-old male came into my office with 60-pound weight gain. He now has high blood pressure, is being checked for high cholesterol and diabetes. He started using substances and was being abused during the pandemic. He was hospitalized with suicidal ideations and is now on an antidepressant and working with a clinical psychiatrist. I also saw a 15-year-old female who was previously a well-adjusted, very happy female. She's now in counseling for anxiety. She's been vaping with friends and is sexually active. She had thoughts of becoming a medical professional and now doesn't want to finish high school. I'm fully aware that teens experiment with drugs and become sexually active during a typical school year, but the lack of motivation and boredom has skyrocketed the numbers this year. Also, when our schools closed, most schools had no active cases of COVID, which shows that schools are not the cause of the spiking infection numbers. I firmly believe that keeping schools open is the safest place for our children and therefore our community, because we don't have children in a variety of community and child care locations. Dr. Anthony Fauci and other medical experts agree that schools are the safest place for our children to be. As a parent who's a product of public education and has a mother who was a high school principal and a father who was the director of human resources for Austin Independent School District, I am a firm believer in public education. But this year, due to the deficit in education and the disregard to medical experts, my husband and I are rethinking our choices on how we will educate our children for the next semester. I ask you to follow the medical experts' recommendation to commit to in-person learning.
Jillian, there's no last name on this. Lana Shumway and Nikki McEwen.
Thank you guys for your service. Obviously, you guys are here for nothing, but at the same time, I just want you guys to keep in mind that it is your ethical duty to keep in mind the children's educational welfare. At this point, you guys have only considered, community metrics, arbitrary community metrics at this point, considering that positive tests are sometimes positive, sometimes negative. In one nostril it might be positive, and the next nostril it might be negative. But at this point, your job is the ethical or the educational welfare of our children. And you guys have fallen so short of that. In the beginning, we all understood. Nobody really knew anything about what was going on. But as you've heard from all these people, there's so much information available that we can keep in-person school open. Everyone knows that. Everybody sees that. Everybody's here to argue that point. I don't see why all these people have to show up to tell you that when everybody is here clapping. The one person who said that they didn't want school open, did you hear the deafening silence of the room? Not one person clapped, because we all want our children to be back in school. You can have an online option, you can have an in-person option. It shouldn't be one or the other. It shouldn't be one group forces the other group to stay at home. There is an option. Children need to be in school. It's emotional, it's physical, it's everything. Children don't learn at home. They learn in school. That's the best place for them. It's the safest place. What science are you relying on to say that the numbers are up in school? Because not one of you has provided a study that says that the schools have increased in numbers, and that's the reason that we're shutting down the schools, because then we might understand. Because not one of you has produced a study that said that children in kindergarten are spreading the virus. That's why we have to put muzzles on them. That's why we have to mask them. Now kindergartners have to wear masks. There was no evidence. We're just doing arbitrary things now. Yes, the numbers go up. Oh, they go up, they go down, they do this, they do that. Then not one of you have said anything about schools not being safe. In fact, last time at the board meeting, you guys all said that teacher attendance was up and school transmissions were down.
You guys said how great everybody was doing. And then you go and close the school? What sense does that make to keep our students at home? How does that help anybody?
Lana Shumway, Nikki McEwen, and Jimmy Lindblom.
I'm Lana Shumway. I'm a mom to 4 GPS students from first grade to senior. I was hesitant to speak tonight because honestly it feels futile, but I won't sit silently by while statistics and our success rates are being ignored. When I checked the dashboard today, like many have already talked about, half of the schools in our district have 0 or 1 case total. Not a single school had the 1% positivity rate that was discussed. Based on the logical plan we used to follow, no schools would require a shutdown based on that percentage. However, instead of using a common sense plan of shutting down only when a school case numbers rise, we've opted for a blanket full hybrid plan, moving rapidly toward full online when school starts again, when most of the schools have 1 or less case. Why is this? The data has proven over the last 3 months that we're being very successful at mitigating the spread in our Gilbert schools. We are doing a good job. And I do appreciate the plans that we've set out, that we are being smart. I believe this virus is real. I've had it. I have friends that have had it. We've had sick people in our family. I'm not saying it's not. And I appreciate that we are being as cautious as we can. However, we're also seeing that we're not having huge outbreaks and crazy amount of spread in our classrooms. Now this summer we had no data to go off of. We were going in blind and we had to follow county metrics. But we no longer need to rely solely on the county metrics. They are myopic. We have more science, we have data, we have a successful track record of 3 months that proves that we are doing a good job and that we can be safe. The majority of parents and teachers have asked for in-person schooling. If there is a subbing and a staffing issue, then let's get creative to find some solutions. Like she mentioned, let's have a faster plan for getting people certified as subs. Let's take away some of the expense and the red tape. I've had COVID, I'm a mom, I could be a sub. There are lots of us that are willing to work together to support our community if it means keeping our schools open. Now, social circles is where this virus is spreading. It is not spreading in clean, sanitized, controlled, socially distant, masked classrooms. We have children that are now out of our safe, controlled environments, and they're roaming free after their 45 minutes of online learning, and they're careless and they're spreading it. As much as our parents out here are trying to stop them and keep them under control, it's a much more lawless situation and it's way less safe than if they were just going to school every day. The sad truth is, until the school board finally recognizes that in-person schooling is up there in importance with healthcare workers and first responders, our children will continue to suffer. Their education will suffer for years to come because of this. And parents' employment will continue to suffer as we struggle to juggle working and teaching our kids. Please keep the schools open.
I've come before and I shared that I know some of you on the board, and it's kind of disappointing because when you guys had a choice to have your kids go to school instead of being homeschooled or other options, you chose in-person school. And now that you have a choice for my kids, for some reason you think differently. And it's disappointing. And 100%, I know because of the choices that you made for your own kids. Lori's the only one that has kids right now. She should be fighting the hardest for them to get in school, unless she does not want them to go to in-person school. But the rest of you, you all had kids go to school. And you chose that. We're choosing that, and you're literally not supporting us in that. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It's so odd to me. My kids have played sports with your kids. I don't understand why you wouldn't be fighting for them to be educated and to get out on that field, on that track, in that court, because you know the lessons that they learn from sports. Do you think they're going to allow sports to continue if we don't have school? No. My daughter missed a track season because of it. And Reed Carr, guess what? Your son would have missed the volleyball season. I wonder how hard you would have fought for that. It's disappointing. And that's what's sad about this whole thing is when you chose for your kids, minus Lori, you chose in-person school. And for some reason, you think it's better for me and everyone else that you choose for us. Disappointing. I hope that you guys see the things that happened to your kids and the experiences that they had were positive, and that you want that for my kids and for your neighbors and your friends. I literally know 3 of you, and I hope that you understand and care about my kids as much as you care about your own.
Jimmy Lindblom, Jennifer Ebershaver, and Sophia McKendrick.
Hi, thank you for your time today and allowing me to speak. Ken Bragg, Queen Creek's board president, recently said, "We will work to find every excuse we can to stay open." It's an attitude that I think is a good guide for us as we try to consider what is the right thing to do in this district. When we have an attitude that recognizes the importance of in-school learning for a child, and we won't make decisions like closing an entire school district when there is a school that doesn't have a case in it. I think we're all learning a lot of things here, and I am appreciative of this board for being one of those school districts in the state that has been in school more than most. Queen Creek, the East Valley, as a matter of fact, really has been in school more than most in this state. But the truth is our children thrive in school learning, and they don't thrive when they're not. And so my ask is that we find a way to keep our schools open, that we have that attitude. We find every excuse that we can to keep them open, because when we look at metrics that deal with community spread, and we're not looking at spread in the classroom, we're not looking at spread in the school, we're making a mistake. And so I would just ask that of this group, that we start looking for every excuse that we can to keep a classroom open, if that's what we need to do. And we deal with cases as they come, just as I mentioned in another time that I stood here, that we did at the Boys and Girls Club. We served 16,000 youth through COVID. And we've been able to find ways that keep the doors open and take care of the cases, just as we've been able to do in Gilbert Public Schools, and just as we've been, Queen Creek's been able to do. And so I don't think we can reiterate the damage that closing the public schools has on the long-term welfare and being of the district. We will not be able to get bonds. We will not be able to get overrides. We will lose, well, we will continue to lose high-quality parents and students. And that takes generations to restore if we deny the public of the trust that they have in giving our kids the opportunity to get a high-quality public education. And so I just ask that you please consider your matrix and how you make motions, because they have impacts, especially when you refer back to those motions. Please just be very careful and just try to find a way to keep our schools open. Thank you.
Jennifer, apologize.
Oh, it's Ebertshauser. It's really difficult.
Thank you.
It's fine. Good evening. My name's Jennifer Ebertshauser. I know I have spoken to all of you before, and you may recognize me from a few years back. And Dr. McCord is my old teacher. I'm a product of Gilbert
You
Public
said old.
School.
Hold on. No, just kidding.
Well, I'm not that old, so you can't be that old. But I am here to talk to you as an expert. I have a master's in public health. I worked with the Gila County Department of Public Health in epidemiology and communicable disease. Also, I'm a PA with Health First Family Medicine. I work in family practice, and I'm a frontline healthcare worker through COVID-19 at our urgent care. You can tell that from my hands, how badly they are from being washed. I am also here to talk to you as a mother. I have children at Val Vista Lakes Elementary School. I had a child who was supposed to start kindergarten this year and couldn't because she has a lot of speech issues and online did not work for her. I am here to tell you that children are not the super spreaders that we once thought, okay? I am also here to tell you what these other physicians are telling you is true. Schools and online learning is absolutely as essential as I am working in the front line of COVID. Yes. It is so important, and the more we learn, the better decisions we can make. And we've learned more. I have seen an amazing job at Val Vista Lakes Elementary School. That school is clean, that the parents are masked, the teacher's doing a great job, and it shows it. It shows it. We have no cases, and the few cases we do have, it's very hard to do point contact tracing. What I do love to see is that you care, that the parents care about our students. Please advocate for them. One of you, make a motion to consider changing the metrics. Maybe we go school by school. The schools that have 0 cases get to stay open. Maybe 1% is doggone low. Maybe we consider 2 or 5%, especially at our gigantic high schools. Okay? I'm telling you, you've done a good job, and we can keep doing a good job. We need to start changing with the times. As we learn more, let's change. That's what we're doing in medicine right now, and that's what I'm asking you to do as a board. I can't wait to see which one of you decides to make this motion. It's going to be great. Let's make it.
Sophia McKendrick, then looks like Laura O. and Eloise Fulmer.
In online, we don't learn. I go to Neely Elementary School and take ALP math. The concepts are hard, but they're fun. However, I have a hard time learning online. When I do go to school, I don't have much time to ask questions because we have to grade our 3 lessons of homework from online, and we try to do 2 lessons of notes, but we don't have time because of hybrid. In social studies and science, we have a hard time finding the notes and the answers. Students and teachers try their best, but online learning doesn't help. In English, we do so much more now that we are off online. We would lose all of that because WebEx doesn't work as good in real people in person, and we can't really see who's talking. Thank you.
It's the last place I'd rather be tonight, but I'm a physician, and it appears based on your decisions that you are unwilling to look at the current data based on current metrics for schools to stay open and for the overall benefit of keeping kids in school. So I guess physicians have to come and tell you. So we have 4 children at an elementary school at Greenfield, and as you can imagine, with my wife trying to keep all 4 kids on the computer when we have twin 6-year-olds or 7-year-olds that have to bounce from application to application, and they just are not technologically advanced enough to do this on their own. It is impossible for them to gain any sort of education and just stay focused enough to actually learn what you're trying to teach them. So I encourage you, like everyone else here, keep schools open. We know that based on epidemiologists, based on the risk factors that elementary school, junior high, high school kids have, they are not the cause of the community spread. And so to base your decisions based on Maricopa County guidelines, or at least positivity rate, and not look at what is the current rate of spread or the current positive rate in our actual schools, to make these just arbitrary decisions makes no sense at all. So we encourage you to stay open. We encourage you to look at other alternatives for for students that are at high risk, or they have families that are high risk. There's a way to do a hybrid program for those, or in-home learning for those students, while keeping the rest of the students in school. So.
Eloise Fulmer.
Hi, I'm Eloise Fulmer, and I don't like online. I don't really learn that much. And my mom, I have 3 siblings. My little sister, Phoebe, she's in 1st grade. She needs help with a lot. I need help with my math stuff. My mom's busy helping her. Also, my little siblings, Milo and Gemma, they start screaming and running around and crying. And I want to go back to school so bad. When my mom couldn't help me one time, I started crying because I couldn't understand. And yeah.
Our last 3 speakers are Sean Yarger, Blaine Kauser, and Joseph Gardner.
Didn't know I'd be doing this tonight, so it's going to be a little unscripted. But Dr. Santa Cruz, you were my principal at Gilbert High School back in the late 80s. And I benefited from inspiring teachers like Mr. Frakes, Mr. Ashley, Mr. Everett, Mrs. Koselleck, Mrs. McCammon. They give me an incredible education. They also taught me a love for that flag and our U.S. Constitution, and learned to be a patriot through that. So just an incredible legacy of learning at Gilbert Public Schools. I'll just kind of tell you my story. So I have 9 kids, my wife and I, 5 of them biological boys. We have 4 children adopted from China. In point of fact, I was in China this year. In January, we got out just in time, so to speak. They had to take a fellow passenger off the plane in Japan as we were coming home. So 4 days later, they locked down the cities that we were in. So we were at ground zero, pretty much. And COVID raced through our family back in March. Back then, the virus is actually a little worse than it is today. And we got through it, but not without some pretty serious illness. Now my 80-year-old uncle just got it, bounced right back. My 78-year-old aunt got it, she bounced right back. These are both people with serious comorbidities. So I do not for one second believe the metrics on the AZDHS website or Maricopa County. The pandemic is over. We have a case-demic. That's what we have. As far as our kids, we utilize Gilbert Public Schools for services related to special needs. All the adopted ones are special needs kids, especially the one we brought home this year. He's 14, he has a cleft brain, serious special needs. He doesn't know English, he needs to learn English. He needs daily access to in-person learning in ELL, which at Mesquite, they're doing a fantastic job for him. That's step one. Before he can learn anything else, he has to get English down because he's so far behind. This is a kid that was institutionalized for 14 years. He literally stared at a screen for 14 years. That's how they kept him. And by the way, the Chinese are laughing at us right now. They're laughing at our overcorrection, the response that we did, and they're off like old normal. And the Chinese are laughing at us. And we know because we have lots of friends there. We have lots of friends in Taiwan and Japan, and it's not the same there. So, for this kid to be in front of a screen all the time and then be forced to be back in front of screens again, it absolutely does not work. We're trying to eliminate and try to remove these screens from our family because I've seen what screen addiction does to kids and how it takes over their lives. And to go online and just have to force them through that, it flat out does not work, unequivocally does not work. So I just encourage you to keep these schools open. These kids need it. And thank God for my saint of a wife who we gave up last quarter, or the quarter of last year, and brought our kids home, several of them in any case. But we still have a couple in the school district. I've got all my kids in this school district at one time or another. I just encourage you to please keep the schools open. Thanks.
Blaine?
Thanks for allowing us to come speak tonight. My name's Dr. Blaine Kauser. I am a local orthodontist in the Gilbert community. Every single day I see 75 kids. Every single day I see the depression, the anxiety, and the mental illness that you guys have personally caused these kids in our community. These kids, I talk to them every single day. They don't want to live anymore. They were never like that last year, ever. I don't know how many kids have died in the Gilbert School District from COVID, but I know as of last night in Maricopa County, 48 kids, kids have taken their lives. This is ridiculous. They need to be back in school. We now have all the national data. We know what this disease is, right? Let's protect our sweet grandparents who are 70 years old. Yes, we know that they should protect themselves. For everyone 70 and under and these kids, they should be in school. They should be learning. I'm covered elbow deep in saliva every day. We've never closed a day ever in the last 8 months. Ever. These kids, I'm inside their mouth. These kids' saliva's all over my face, my arms. Nothing. We haven't had a single problem. Not me or one of my 10 staff members has ever gotten sick. Ever. That proves to you that the kids aren't spreading the disease. So please change your vote and get them back in school. When you keep these kids out of school, we know that they're failing now. It's gone up 600 to 800% nationwide. Do you know what it does to a kid when they're failing? They're embarrassed. They're embarrassed. They don't want to live. They go into a deep, dark hole. These are everyone in this class, everyone in this room, and everyone in the Gilbert School District has smart kids that were getting A's. Now they're all failing, and they're in a deep, dark place because you're keeping them out of school. Get them back in school. They don't want to fail anymore. They're tired of failing. We can't help them with their math and history and their science. Now I say this, thank you, Shane, for bringing up the football stuff. That was awesome. I stood shoulder to shoulder with 30,000 people at the Highland football game, but as of Monday, I can't go to a basketball game or watch my kid cheer. That's ridiculous. Nobody got sick and died at the football game. To all the awesome teachers at the Gilbert School District, we applaud you. Thanks for coming in and tutoring our kids, for helping them, for teaching them. You are amazing. Now guess what? There's a few of them in high school. Stop threatening our high school kids. I'm tired of my kids coming home in tears and saying, guess what, Johnny? 1/16 of your nostrils hanging out. You're going to kill us all. Every single day they threaten our kids. And then these kids go home and take their lives. Stop threatening. The last person you want to threaten is a little kid. Stop threatening them. Build them up. Love them. And you know what? When the free money runs out, we're going to have a $25 to $50 million shortfall because 4,000 to 10,000 of us are leaving this district. The only thing shrinking in Gilbert is the school district. So open our schools. Everybody in this room knows the definition of a hypocrite. Right? Everybody here wants our schools open, everybody wants our businesses open, and we want church open, right? Jill, I saw you at church up at the pulpit, 400 people preaching to, right? But you vote to keep us out of school. That's a hypocrite. Open our schools. If you guys do what's right. If you guys do what's right, you'll leave a legacy. We will support you. Do what's right. We will support you.
Time. Joseph Gardner.
Geez, really hard to follow that. Thank you all. I appreciate your time. I'm going to read my thoughts, not quite as free-flowing. I'm speaking to you all, and I'm going to make the assumption that you all have our students' interests, well-being, behind the driving decisions that you make. I'm also assuming in addressing you all that you're experienced, well-educated, knowledgeable parents, and that you have diverse backgrounds. My background is I'm a dad. I'm a dad of 2 school-age kids in elementary school. My wife taught high school math in a neighboring district for a number of years before committing to be a full-time mom. My concerns tonight center largely around the transition to hybrid learning. I certainly appreciate the complexity of this situation. The logistical, financial, physical, and mental facets of COVID-19 are staggering. I commend you all for the time, the thoughtfulness, and attention that you've given it. This isn't easy. That said, I struggle to see the value in moving to hybrid learning over full-time in person. How is hybrid learning any more effective in managing community spread over addressing things on a school-by-school basis. You have the tools, measures, and procedures in place to understand and to an extent mitigate spread in your own district by addressing things on a case-by-case, school-by-school basis. The MCDH benchmarks are largely lagging indicators, especially in terms of how they're reported. This makes it extremely difficult to make accurate forecasts and isn't any more granular in the nature of its data than what you have in your own district dashboard. A broad brushstroke approach of hybrid or online learning is akin to trying to drive forward using only your rearview mirror. Even if we do look at a graph for cases as an example over time in Maricopa County, they increased and fell when school was not in session, and they are now increasing and will eventually fall using a similar pattern. Further analysis illustrates that students and schools aren't the source of super spreading. In short, your schools, staff, and students aren't contributing to escalating cases. It happened regardless of and not in cause to them. At my daughter's first parent-teacher conference, her teacher told my wife, "I was very concerned for your daughter at the start of the year. Every time I looked to her in our virtual class, she had tears and had her head down. She is a completely different person in the class. She is happy, helpful, and an eager learner." I can attest to how true that is. Again, I am grateful for the time you've taken to listen to my concerns. This is an evolving situation, but one thing is becoming increasingly clear. You can address situational spreads on a school-by-school basis, and our communities are far better off when our schools are actually a part of the community. Please reopen our schools.
Thank you. That concludes our open call to the public. There were 23 speakers. We will now move to item 6, reports and presentations. Item 6.01 is the monthly budget report. Dr. McCord, any introductory remarks?
No, just turn it over to Ms. Betts, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Thank you. Good evening, governing board members, Dr. Santa Cruz, Dr. McCord. This is just a very quick update reflecting the revised budget that you all approved a week ago. Wanted to make sure that you saw how that revised budget would impact our monthly financials. So you can see the two highlighted rows on this particular table. Maintenance and operations, the adopted budget was $258.7 million. The revised budget is $252.9 million. You can see that now that we are comparing the year-to-date expended encumbered to that new revised budget, you can see that it has decreased by about $5.7 million. We're still at a normal rate of spend. Please know that $15.7 million of available balance is still completely allocated out to our schools and departments, so we expect to see that to continue to go down over time. The next highlighted row is under unrestricted capital outlay, again in response to the annual financial report submittal. Because of the savings realized after purchase orders were unencumbered, we realized additional budget balance carry forward in unrestricted capital, which accounts for that increase of about $1.8 million in budget capacity for unrestricted capital. So before I go any further, are there any questions about any of those two things? Okay. And then the federal grants, we wanted to bring this to your attention. Title II was highlighted because there was some significant additional spend month over month where the available balance has declined over $100,000. And then, of course, again, a result of the revised budget that was presented to you and approved by you last week, you can see that the ESSER grant, which is the CARES Act funding, where we were allocated a total of about $2.4 million. Initially, if you recall, we expected to spend $500,000 of that in the 2020 school year. We did not, so the revised budget for the current year has increased by that $500,000 to that $2.4 million. And you can see at this point in time, we have spent very little money out of that ESSER grant. The 300 to 399 funds, other federal projects, you can see that the adopted budget was $345,000, and it increased substantially up to $18.4 million. Again, just a reminder that $18.4 million, you will see a revised budget that brings that down again to $2.4 million due to the request for about $30 million in ESG, the Enrollment Stabilization Grant, where we only received a total of $14.3 million. So those are just to prepare you. You can also see that under the revised budget number 1 column, it says pending. This report is the year-to-date transactions through November 30th, where the revised budget has not been approved yet. But we wanted to make sure that we showed you the impact of that revised budget on these monthly financials as early as possible. So that is all I have. If you have any questions, I am prepared to answer any of them.
Board members? Mr. Carr, anything?
No, thank you.
Anyone else? If not, then we will move to item 6.02, social emotional supports. Dr. McCord, introduction.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz, governing board members. Tonight we have Susie Cadena. She's coordinator of our K-12 prevention programs. We had a request from a board member to do a little presentation about the social emotional supports that we provide in our school district. And Susie is here tonight to talk about some of those things.
Good evening, Dr. Santa Cruz, governing board members, and Dr. McCord.
Are you waiting for the clicker?
Yeah.
Do you have that?
I can go ahead
Bonnie?
and start.
Bonnie's got the clicker.
Okay. Sorry.
Gentleman in the back, you going to cue that up?
Drum roll.
It looks awfully dark in there, Jason. Anybody there?
Very good. Thank you. Well, once again, thank you for the opportunity to be able to come and speak and just update you on the social emotional supports that we have been providing since the beginning of the school year. And actually, a lot of our planning went and started even prior to, so over the summer. So I want to make sure that, okay, so, don't know what's happening. We need our own social emotional supports up here with the clicker. Maybe I use it off. No. No, that's on.
Jason, pop back there and see if one of those guys is brave enough to come out here to figure this out for
Apologize.
us. There it is.
There you go. Ta-da. Awesome, thank you. So again, just want to make sure that I do provide you an update. So we have been fortunate that we have been able to utilize all of our mental health support staff, K-12, to assess and prioritize the needs throughout the school district. Again, we started our planning back in June, July to make sure that we are going to, knowing that we were going to be coming into a remote setting and not knowing what that was going to look like, we wanted to make sure that we established connections and that we were going to re-engage with those that we knew were disconnected even since the last quarter. So what we really focused on was a lot of outreach, family engagement, wanted to make sure that we were even conducting welcome back to school home visits, if you will. It really looked a lot like just these drive-by visits to families. And then we made sure that we knew we were not going to be able to do it by ourselves. So we collaborated with not only campus staff, district departments, but we're grateful that we have a very generous community by which we could rely on to help us support this. So what does that look like? At our K-12 campuses, we have behavioral health team members. So those consist of school psychologists, school social workers, our nurses, as well as our mental health counselors that we are very fortunate to now have at all of our high schools. So they will provide support K-12, but we also noticed and realized that we were going to need to have a continuum of care and access to services that we were going to be effective. So what we tried to do is make sure that we were going to implement strategies and best practices that were going to be for each phase, regardless of whether we started out remote, whether we went into hybrid, once we went into our on-site learning mode, and then if we were going to be fully in person. So that ended up looking like us providing one-on-one sessions, group facilitation, in classroom presentations, if you will. And we did these even at the very beginning while we had complete learning modules that were virtual. We had social workers that were trying to engage, popping into classrooms, again, having meet and greets that way, not only with our staff, but also with our families when necessary, and trying to really triage and identify those families and kiddos that we felt that were going to be struggling in various areas, whether it was academically, behaviorally, socially, and emotionally. So what we did is we basically mobilized all of our efforts, and what we learned rather quickly is that relationships and connections are everything. So we tried to make sure that that was our focus every time that we did reach out, every time that regardless of the service that we provided, that was always on the forefront. We wanted to make sure that we promoted a sense of belonging, as well as support and collaboration, again, in students' learning, regardless of the modality that we were providing that support. And that did not change even when we made the transition from remote to on-site supports, and then when we went hybrid, and we have kept our support systems going even for those kiddos that are attending global as well. So we triage appropriately, regardless of whether, again, we're implementing mitigation strategies, or if we need to intervene in various areas, or if we unfortunately have to provide any type of crisis intervention supports as well. And so some of that, what we've worked on is to make sure that not only has our prevention education continued to be implemented, and again, if we need to adjust or if we need to pivot our focus, we will do that. So our suicide prevention programming, our bully prevention programming, as well as our social emotional curriculum strategies, mindfulness and wellness practices. Those, again, while we have had to adjust, we continue those, and we've really tried to focus on resiliency, as well as building up not only our students in that capacity, but also building up the capacity within the teachers that are either on the other side of a screen, in person on a hybrid level. We wanted to make sure that everybody was receiving the same type of support that we felt that was needed at that time. Just to give you an example, we have mindfulness centers and spaces that are existing in our school sites. We have safe spaces that students and staff can take a moment if they need to throughout the day while they are there. Even if during on-site learning they were able to visit those. We have wellness days, for example, Wellness Wednesdays. We have Mindfulness Mondays that are happening at the school sites. We have Zen dens that have been created at the school sites as well as a creation of community gardens for students and communities to come together. And again, to help not only, again, to enhance just their safe and supportive learning environments, but again, to make sure that we're addressing all areas to support their academic achievement. And as I mentioned earlier, we cannot do this work alone, so we are very grateful and fortunate that we have a very giving community. So a lot of the efforts have also come into enhancing connections and access to resources, so that way we limit the gap that we have seen sometimes in accessing resources for families, regardless of whether it was meal distribution, technology, school supplies, other resources. We also have current IGAs in place with Southwest Behavioral Health, as well as Community Bridges, in order to provide family counseling, student counseling as well, and for staff if need be. And we are, again, very fortunate that we extend that to even the City of Mesa and the Town of Gilbert, being that we cover 2 municipalities, so we utilize as many resources as possible to make sure that all of our school sites are supported. And we have very many, again, coming up on the holidays, we feel that this was going to be an area we're really going to have to focus on to make sure we connect families to still provide that communication, those resources, even when we're not in school. So we have worked on establishing those connections even while kiddos and families are not with us during the break. What we also wanted to do, just lastly, is to make sure that we knew it was going to be all hands on deck. So we've tried to make sure that we utilize all of our mental health professionals in the school district, but that we also use every form of communication that we can think of, because traditional communication at this time we knew we had to get creative. So whether it's an email, a phone call, a text, or social media platforms, home visits, like I said, are just to make sure that we stay connected. But then we also try to make sure that our websites and our web pages for our social workers and our mental health counselors are current, that if there's a link that is attached to a resource, that it's a working link, it's a current link, and it is a resource that is still active and is useful. And then we want to make sure that people can pick up a phone and know who they're calling with the, if it's a social worker, mental health counselor on a campus. So we make sure that we share out directories and contact information, regardless of whether we have students at our global sites or at our school sites as well. So it's just, again, rest assured that our behavioral health professionals in the district are working as a team to make sure that, again, it's all hands on deck, and that we try to make sure that when we say access to care, that we're helping to provide that as soon as it is needed. That's all that I have, unless you all have any questions.
Board members?
Dr. Santa Cruz,
Go ahead.
if I can ask, Susie, thank you for all that you guys all do. I think one of the concerns that I've heard is that students and families who aren't normally in our radar for needing these kinds of services, with the pandemic and then with the changes of schools, and it's not necessarily just school related, it's our whole lives have changed this last year, in so many ways. And I've heard many families, and I know that's part of the anxiousness that we hear from our parents, is that their students are acting differently than they ever have before. And do students know where to go? I've heard, I know some students don't know where to go, like high school students especially. How can we talk about this? How can we make sure that our students are being supported and know that there's help for them? And our parents, these are even families who are trying to be supportive, they don't know what to do and how to help. And there's a huge concerns going on. So what are some steps that we can really take, and how can we help support each other and help our parents and students?
Great question and a great point, and you're absolutely right. There's families that we find have now found themselves in a position of need where prior to everything happening, there was no need. And so it's really having to learn how to access those resources, but then the responsibility is on us to make sure that we are communicating to, if we need to enhance that at our school sites, to make sure, again, whether it's through our newsletters, whether it's through email blasts, whether it's through personal phone calls, when we do come across students, or in those classroom visits, to make sure that, again, we're introducing our mental health counselors at the high schools. That is a new position. So again, that's something that not everybody may still realize, that we have that support available. So that is great to hear, because we can enhance those efforts to make sure that we're communicating who is available, how to reach them, what would that support look like, and to make sure that we're also extending that to our teachers as well, because sometimes teachers may not always know what is available, and then especially our families also. And I think that comes with raising awareness, our own, make sure that we're communicating in the right areas. But then I think also that personal outreach as well will be huge, to make sure that, again, we're coming face to face with students in their classrooms to let them know that that support is available to them. And that's something that we can continue to do.
So just a quick follow-up. If I was a parent and had a concern, I could call, there is a mental health counselor at the high school, and there's a social worker at the junior high, and there's social work at the elementary. I could call the school and ask for help, or I
Yes,
could tell my student to? And then, is it confidential? How does that work? Are parents involved or not involved, or do they have to be, or how does that work?
No, absolutely. Again, good question. Yes, what we let students know anytime we do engage in a conversation with them. If, for example, there is a crisis situation, we're able to become engaged and find out what is the current situation. Again, it has to rise to the level of being a crisis situation or something that is impeding that kiddo's safety at that time. Follow-up is that communication to families to let them know that we have interacted with their kiddo, to make sure, again, because that's what our practice is, but also to make sure that we are covering all support systems that need to be accessed. And then again, it's just triaging what is needed. Say, for example, if a DCS call were also have to be made as well. But then for our other students, say, for example, if we do interact with a student and we feel that it would be in their best interest for a social worker or mental health counselor to continue to engage with them, whether it's group facilitation or possible referral outside or a one-on-one session, they are to contact families to let them know that we would like to engage with their kiddo, kind of discuss what the situation is. Part of that conversation should be if the student does disclose whether there's harm to themselves, harm to someone else, or someone is harming them. That is the only time that we, based on our code of ethics and then licensure by different behavioral health professionals, that they will disclose that information to families. But if it does come up and there is a situation that is sensitive that a kiddo is talking about with the social worker or mental health counselor, what we try to do is try to help the student to engage in that conversation with the family.
See, I don't know if you have this information or not, but with some of the issues that have gone on in our society and everything that's going on right now, and with kids not being in school full time, have we seen a rise or anything in like Child Protective Service reports?
That has been one of the hardest, that's been hard for us to capture because we don't have kiddos in front of us as we did before. So what we've had to rely on a lot is through those interactions and connections with students that we knew were already possibly at risk, if you will, but then trying to make sure that, again, when we do visit with families, when we do visit with students, when we're watching them on the screen, or when they do come to us and we're trying to build those connections, is that we're trying to figure out, again, not only where they're coming from, but then working with those agencies. But I will be honest, and that is one of the hardest data to capture right now, because they've even seen a decrease. But we also know that we're basing it on information that we know is probably not accurate. That's been difficult, but it's a good question.
And also, during and I know you've explained this to us before, how is food being distributed? The breakfast and lunch?
We work together with food services, and Bonnie, if there's anything that I missed, but so we do have food that is available even now that we're in our hybrid learning mode, that school sites can collaborate with the elementary schools to make sure that students are receiving breakfast and lunch. So it's being distributed in that way, but we're also very fortunate where we are working together with Matthews Food Crossing. We work together with Cliff Mays, who is a great community organizer and works through the Living Ward, which is literally right south of us, in food distribution boxes as well. We've been provided with food pantry items that we keep on a regular basis in the Family Resource Center, as well as the Elks Lodge, where we have pantries at various elementary schools as well. So we're able to coordinate with food services on district-wide distribution, and then we offer that additional supplemental support for the weekends and then for any other families that may be in need through those other community agencies.
Dr. Santa Cruz,
Ms. Humphries, go ahead.
So, Ms. Katina, what would be some things that parents should look for to know that they need to reach out for help with their student? What would be some signs that they might want to look for?
Well, I've heard a lot today, and it's all on point, is where you look at those behavior changes in your kiddos. Parents are going to know their kiddos best, and they're going to know, again, to look for signs and symptoms of withdrawal that is uncommon in their particular kiddo. What makes it hard sometimes is the developmental stages. When you look at what a teenager typically might go through, might fall under that category of being withdrawn, not wanting to be with a family, and wanting a little bit more privacy than before, versus when does that become problematic? And are they, where they were once outgoing, are they now completely withdrawn and isolated? And it's again, we try to refer and really focus on helping parents identify those signs and symptoms. Again, where maybe it's difficult for them to wake up in the morning because, again, there's the lack of motivation or the feeling of isolation from their social circle as well. Lack of hygiene, not wanting to bathe. And again, some of these might be typical for behavior for some junior high school students, but again, where it becomes atypical is where it becomes problematic. It's affecting, again, their learning, it's affecting their affect, it's affecting, again, their relationships with the rest of the family. So in just some of those signs and symptoms can be early signs to have conversations with their kiddo, but then also to reach out to us at the school sites and see if we can also kind of help in communicating in that way as well.
Okay, thank you. And another question, I don't know that you'll have the answer for this, but maybe Mrs. Newman would. What can we do to help struggling students? What advice do we have for parents when students are struggling academically?
That is a huge question. And I think accessibility to care, knowing who to be able to reach out to, I think supporting the services that are available by communicating what we do have available, by letting families know that we are here to support them and to physically be present when they do reach out to us. I think that accessibility, and then I try to encourage whenever I'm working with a student and their family, is I try to make sure that I build a relationship where we're open to that feedback on the other side. How can we help you? Because again, they know their kiddos best.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Cadena, just to refresh my memory here, is the information regarding social and emotional supports, i.e. phone numbers, contacts, that kind of thing, is that a standing feature on our website and our newsletter as well?
It is a standing feature on our district website. There is a tile that is titled GPS Wellness Resources, and that will also, once that is clicked on, once you scroll down, there is other links to the GPS support programs webpage as well. And in both of those areas, we have links to all the resources available in-house and then those out in the community, which include the names and the locations of the school social workers and mental health counselors, both their phone numbers as well as their email addresses. So that information is included on the district website.
Yeah, I would only be concerned that it isn't readily obvious to our parent communities or community members or students that is support for them, their social well-being, their emotional well-being, perhaps taking a look at the verbiage in those announcements to really target the idea that there is help available.
Absolutely. We can certainly do that and always increase our visibility as well.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. Board members, any additional comments or questions?
Oh, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Cadena.
Thank you, Susie.
We move to item 7, consent agenda. Before I entertain a motion, I would like to pull for the moment and table item 7.06 for this evening. That is the cell tower lease amendment information. Otherwise, we are available for a motion on the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda item as presented.
Omitting 7.06.
Omitting 7.06.
Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Thank you, Mrs. Humphries. Any discussion?
Dr. Santa Cruz, as a clarification, 7.06 that you're pulling, are you
Yes.
pulling that for the evening or for further discussion?
Pulling that for the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, we received some last-minute information that we'll need to adjust some things on that, so we want to make it sure it's appropriate before it goes through to you.
Is that a clarifier enough? All right.
Yes, thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, then we will vote on the consent agenda. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda as printed, omitting item 7.06, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed,
Aye.
the same. Motion carries 5-0. Item 8 is action items, items for consideration, discussion, direction, or possible approval. Item 8.01 is approval of instruction given in executive session. Dr. McCord, any introduction?
No, sir, just as the action item is written.
Very good. We are ready to entertain a motion on item 8.01.
I move that we ask our attorney to act as instructed in executive session.
Thank you, Ms. Humphries. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, I said ask, I should have said authorize our attorney to act as discussed in executive session.
All right, we'll accept that editorial change.
Yep, I'll second
No
that.
additional discussion? All right, all those in favor of approval of item 8.01, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, the same. Motion carries 5-0. We're now at item 8.02, discussion and possible action regarding the type of learning mode we will be in when students return from winter break. Dr. McCord, any commentary?
No, just, I think this is obviously an important topic to discuss this evening, and for a lot of different reasons. One, our families want to know what our learning mode will look like when we come back on January 5th. Also, our staff would like to know, and of course, our students. And so I think making a decision tonight to determine that will be beneficial to all. So that is why this exists this evening on this agenda.
We'll give all parties concerned then an opportunity to prepare for the return from winter break. We'll entertain a motion on item 8.02.
Dr. Santa Cruz, I would like to put forward a motion, and I would appreciate it if everyone would listen to the motion, and it's been somewhat changed, so be patient with me in trying to read my chicken scratch. Gilbert Public Schools Governing Board has the responsibility to ensure the well-being of students and staff during the COVID-19 pandemic. When strong mitigation controls are in place and the school community supports these strategies, schools can be a safe haven for both students and staff, even when COVID is spreading outside of school. In returning to school on January 5th, 2020, following winter break, Gilbert Public Schools will continue in a hybrid AL M through Z model for instruction for 2 weeks. Gilbert Public Schools will then return to in-person instruction for those so enrolled. School closures due to COVID-19 cases then will be determined on a school-by-school basis as outlined in the motion passed November 4th. The superintendent will make this determination based on the Gilbert Public Schools COVID-19 dashboard and notify families and staff. That is the end of my motion.
Okay. Is there a need for a repeat of the motion? No? Is there a second? I will second the motion for purposes of discussion. We're open for discussion, board members?
I have a couple of questions, if that's
Yes,
okay.
sure.
Mr. McIntosh, I know that last week, I think it was, I asked you some questions about substitutes. And I was wondering if you could give us a little, a little of the history. I mean, I know there's been some questions about that tonight, and I think you're doing everything you can to get as many substitutes as possible, correct?
That is correct. We have streamlined the hiring process, so we continue to recruit and try to obtain substitutes as quickly as possible when we get an applicant. And new graduates are coming out, so we're reaching out to the universities, trying to get them on board as quickly as possible as well.
So if someone wants to substitute, they just have to get their fingerprint clearance card and do you do the emergency sub-certification?
We have in the past. We try not to do that. The requirement minimally is to have a 4-year degree in something, in anything, and then you can apply for your substitute certificate with the state.
But you can do emergency in terms of when you need to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's the turnaround time for fingerprint cards right now? Do you know?
For the IVP card, it's probably 2 weeks.
Additional questions or comments?
Dr. Santa Cruz, I would
Go ahead.
I appreciate Ms. Humphrey's. Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Humphrey's motion. I have a slight variation that I put together, and I think it has some similarity and a slight difference. I guess I shouldn't call it slight difference. It does have a difference that I would propose, and I would just say with an introduction to the motion and then the motion. And my introduction is more to put in light where I'm coming from. And I'll read it as follows. Given the more current statements following our November 4th meeting and guidance from the CDC, the Director of the National Institute of Health, the Arizona State Department of Health, and the Maricopa County Department of Health, that community spread is unlikely to occur at schools. And in fact, the County Public Health Council directly to our school district indicates that, quote, when strong mitigation controls are in place and the school community supports those strategies, schools can be a safe haven for both students and staff when the COVID is spreading outside of school, close quote. Given that background, I would propose an alternative motion as follows. On November 4th, this governing board instructed the superintendent to utilize school-by-school COVID cases and GPS boundary-specific metrics published by the county for determining when a school or the entire school district will meet in a hybrid or in-person manner. This board updates its instruction to the superintendent as follows. Classes will be held in person 5 days a week, except where previously established COVID case limits are exceeded. With some school-specific exceptions as previously determined, those limits are 1% at high schools, 1.5% at junior high schools, and 2% at elementary schools. Very similar in nature, but I would suggest that as an alternative.
So, Mr. Carr, I have a question between your motion and mine, just because I am a visual learner. And so the difference that I understand from having listened to you read that is that instead of going back to school 2 weeks of hybrid, you're proposing that we go back to school 5 days in person after winter break. Is that the correct conclusion I've drawn?
Yes, I would clarify that the substantial change between yours and mine is coming back directly versus the 2 weeks, but yes.
That is a point of discussion. Are you offering that as a substitute motion, Mr. Carr?
Yes, that is my intent.
Okay. So there is a substitute motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Don't vote.
That's what I was thinking, but where does
first
that
one?
put the first? Are we still
Well,
just
so
discussing
then
both
we
of
would have
them?
to vote on
We have to-
Mr. Carr's motion, and if Mr. Carr's motion passed, then that would be the end of
That-
it. If it fails, then we would go back to vote
To the
on the
original
original
motion.
motion.
Okay.
So now, with the second, we are open for discussion.
I would like to say some words. I know, and I think one of the things that this pandemic has made really obvious, that in class with a wonderful teacher is the best way to learn. The relationships, the ability of the teacher to work with the students, the opportunities that are in the classroom are absolutely beyond compare. And I was recently listening to NPR and their morning show, and they were interviewing someone in the state who said, well, now we can just videotape a great teacher and, that will work. And we've learned that doesn't work. It needs to be the teacher-student connection. And I really think that everyone on this board supports that. That's why we serve on a school board. The challenge is that we are in a worldwide pandemic, and we just want to be extremely careful that when the pandemic is over, we're all here to be able to continue that wonderful opportunity. And it's difficult because this pandemic is such that someone who is healthy, 32 years old with no comorbidities, no health problems, can get this virus and die. Someone who's 80 years old and has lots of health problems can get this virus and survive. And it seems very random. I'm sure there'll be lots and lots of studies. But to ensure safety, to me, is really important for students and for staff, and to have both of those feel like that we are committed to that. Now, it is true that Dr. Fauci and others have said schools should be open. It is also true that Dr. Fauci has said close the bars, the gyms, the nightclubs, and keep the schools open. And that is what we're not doing right now. We're not closing anything. So I am concerned about our community spread, and I'm concerned when we ask teachers to teach in the classroom, and yet online there are advertisements for kids to join this dance, to go to this dance event with no mention of masking, social distancing. I think it's up to us as a community to support our teachers and support our staff by doing those things that bring the virus under control. Wearing a mask, social distancing, washing our hands, keeping those social things for later. We're so close to a vaccine and some resolution to what's been a very difficult and challenging year, but we're not there yet. I felt that the 2 weeks of hybrid gave an opportunity for some of that Christmas and New Year's socializing to, if there was a spike in the virus, and we know that the metrics will be worse in the next couple weeks, for those to be able to get past those, and so that we can establish a baseline in our schools of how we're doing to look at after the holidays in comparison to not having anything, and providing that, because the one difference between hybrid and 5-day in-person learning is that in hybrid, we are able to social distance in a much better way. We try really hard when everyone's on campus, but schools are not made to social distance. Schools are made to be cost effective, and they have more in common with nursing homes, meatpacking plants, and prisons than retail outlets. So I want to be extremely careful that in a congregate setting, we keep everyone safe. And that's why I felt the 2 weeks of hybrid was a beneficial idea, that it kind of doesn't make those who want 5-day in person right away happy, and it certainly doesn't make those who want to continue on hybrid happy, because we go back to the 5-day in person. But it's kind of a compromise, and that's why I put forward that motion, and why I believe I still support that motion as the best compromise for our board and our community.
Mr. Carr, are you in a position to send that motion to Ms. Wilson? Oh, you already have.
I did send it.
Dr. McCord already.
Dr. McCord. So.
Dr. McCord already has it. For my own edification, would you please restate it?
Just a second. Let me. As it reads, on November 4th, this governing board instructed the superintendent to utilize school-by-school COVID cases and GPS boundaries, public GPS boundary, as published by the county, specific metrics determining when a school or the entire district will meet in a hybrid or an in-person manner. This board updates its instruction to the superintendent as follows. Classes will be held in person 5 days a week, except where previously established COVID case limits are exceeded. With some school-specific exceptions as previously determined, those limits are 1% at high schools, 1.5% at junior high schools, and 2% at elementary schools.
Okay, so embedded in your motion is that we would be utilizing the individual school-by-school metric that we established if, when we return on during winter break, the numbers are higher at a particular location. Am I hearing that correctly?
That is correct. And if I could just comment, I share many of the concerns I share all of the concerns that Ms. Humphreys expressed. I think we're all concerned about the health and welfare of our entire community of students, staff, and at large. Where I guess I come down on this is that as I watch the community and what we're seeing in hybrid, our education is not as rigorous as it is with 5-day instruction. It simply can't be when we're only in school 2 days. It's not because of lack of effort by our teachers. However, as I observe and watch the community, our kids, our students are actually interacting in a manner that is less consistent with the safe behaviors being proposed by our health experts than they are when they're in school in 5 days a person. So in my mind, returning the 5-day person actually increases the safety of our community, increases the safety of our students, and as indicated by the letter from Dr. Sonnenschein at the county, is a safe haven even for our teachers.
Dr. Santa Cruz?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Eugene. Oh, you're still.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Ms.
Yeah,
Carr.
I apologize. There are some who seem to think this is an all or nothing approach. I will share that I was probably the most offended tonight that I've ever been in the school board meeting. I'm sure it was not intentional. But for those who think that it's not spread, it just simply isn't true. I know that my fellow school board members are aware of this, but in the last 3 days, I lost a dear, beloved father to this terrible disease who had no comorbidities other than age and was in perfect health as far as determined by his doctor only 10 days ago. So for those of you who think that it doesn't have an effect, yes, I've had kids who have had it, who it's been nothing more than a sniffly nose. I've had kids who have had it, who had a fever for 1 or 2 days. I hope that that's the case for every single person in this room. But quite honestly, some of those who referred to themselves as my friends, I did not feel friendship tonight. Nevertheless, in spite of those feelings, I still feel like it's the right thing to do, and that's the motion that I'm proposing.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Ms. Ujetti, did you have something?
Yes, I would like to say that I absolutely believe that in-person learning is the very best way for our children to learn. And I think that we have been placed in a position to make decisions that I've said this before, that I don't feel that I have the knowledge to be able to make the decision. I am very concerned about the community spread, but I'm also concerned about our teachers. They have been nothing but supportive throughout this whole time. We have not had a sick out, to my knowledge. I know some of the other districts around us have had teachers, call in, 150, 200 teachers call in sick. Our teachers have not done this, and our Teachers Association has been not a union. It's been behind us and worked with us, and tonight they asked us to please either go, if I can remember, Amber, I apologize, online for secondary or a hybrid for both, correct? And I feel that we should acknowledge what they have asked us, because they're in the trenches and they're the ones that every day, and I understand what everybody else says. I get it, but we're in a pandemic.
Thank you, Ms. Ujetti. I would like to add a couple of thoughts, and that is that the community at large has come to the realization through this pandemic issue that whole person that we call the student is a significant entity and someone we care for on a daily basis as educators. Come to the realization that the interaction is not only academic or intellectual. The interaction is social, it's emotional, it's psychological, it's a relationship kind of building issue. And for anyone who believes for one moment that educators in general and or any member of this board is unaware, unfamiliar with that, would be sadly mistaken. Educators devote their lives to kids, and they're doing that on a daily basis. So do first responders, so do doctors and nurses, it's children on a day-to-day basis who may or may not be susceptible to contracting this disease, who nonetheless show up every day and do their work. So I liken it to the fire that's going on all around us. And for whatever reason, and the mitigation strategies that have been put in place in terms of the classroom, and the issues related to going on a school-by-school calculus, was put in place by this administration and this board, and has been utilized by many of the districts around us. So there was forward thinking and creativity as well involved in all of that. So we're not unmindful of any of the commentary or any of the concerns that have been expressed tonight and in the multitude of emails we've received. We understand. We're simply looking for a path forward. And while my path may not be the best path, neither is anyone else's. We are all struggling to find the answer. And so, as we work through this, keep in mind that upmost in all of it is the teacher and the student. Not necessarily in that order. There is no priority there because they're equally important, and we have neither one without the other. So we're working, and we're working hard to try to get there. Board members, anything else?
I had a comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Humphries.
Let Ms. Wood go first.
Okay, thank you. I also just wanted to add my thanks to our teachers, to our staff each day who come. And I do think, I would add to Dr. Santa Cruz what he said, that what we've realized as parents is we need them every day. We need their guidance. Our students need that each day in the classroom. We rely on that. We are grateful for it. It's a cornerstone of our community, and we are grateful for every day, for the work that is put in, for the sacrifices that are made for our students, for the excellence that each of our teachers bring, and the care that they bring to our students and to our students' lives, and the stability and social and emotional, all of the things, as Dr. Santa Cruz mentioned. I appreciate and want to thank our teachers, and I hope that we can all do that in the little ways that we can, and hope that we show that. I thank our families and parents for words that they've shared in emails and feelings expressed. Again, just even if we don't always agree, it doesn't mean that we don't hear or care. We care. I care about our students, every single one of them. That's the only reason why I'm here, and I feel the same way with my board members, is we want the best for each one of them. It matters to me that they have success, that they have the supports that they need, that they have a chance. And I feel like our schools are the best way to give that chance to our students. And this has been an interesting year. I think we've tried with the information that we have at each different time to make a decision, go forward. Then we've made adjustments, and it's been difficult for everybody. I do not doubt that, and I know that. I also think, as we've seen, I appreciate and I think that those mitigation strategies that we have in place are important, and that we need to continue those strongly going forward. That we are in the middle still of a high community spread at this point. And no matter what we decide, this is going to be important, these mitigation strategies, as we go forward. Please, I'm asking that we be committed to that and do our best to help out with that. I also think that we've seen that these do help and work in our schools, that we see, although it's not perfect accounting for it, as people have mentioned, or there's different things that people are concerned about, we've noticed the week-by-week numbers in our schools, and we have a consistent way to track that and watch it. And that is a data point that we definitely need to look at as we're making decisions going forward, which I think we've all acknowledged.
So I had a couple of thoughts I wanted to share, and I have rewritten this motion several times. So I would be interested, Mr. Carr, if you can offer some sort of compromise, because I think most important coming out of this meeting is that we have a 5-0 vote. I'm very big on 5-0 votes, that we have consensus and that we can come to something we agree on. I thought I had captured that, but I guess, is there a compromise you can offer, Mr. Carr? Because I do feel that coming back January 5th we don't really have a database to judge where things are in our schools, and our Maricopa County metrics are going to be higher. There's just no getting past that. We're probably going to be all three categories in red, which means on the county board, it's going to tell us to go virtual. So I think that it's important as we make this difficult decision, and I don't really have a compromise to offer because I felt that I had offered that with 2 weeks of hybrid and then be willing to go in person and do it school by school. So if you have something that you can offer, Mr. Carr, that we can, because I sometimes know how my fellow board members are going to vote after listening to them speak, but tonight I do not. I do not know whether Mr. Carr's motion will pass or whether my motion will pass. But I do believe I would like to try and have a 5-0 vote for whatever we choose to do.
Ms. Humphries, I appreciate that, and I would love to have a 5-0 vote. That's never concerned me as much as it has you. To me, the fact that we ferret all of the ideas and that we come to a decision and that we all back the decision, regardless of whether we voted for it or against it, is much more important than the 5-0. I understand, and you make a very valid point as to the need to reestablish a metric after we've not been in school and not been receiving reports from parents. Obviously, we will continue to get reports from the county if people go in and get positive tested, but that's delayed compared to the reports we get from parents and students. I would think and suggest that even with a week of hybrid, we should be able to establish that. My real intent of my motion is I feel like we need to keep students in the classroom as much as possible. And to those who have criticized this, I would point out, as did one of the speakers, I did some back of the napkin. I won't hold this up for complete scrutiny because I didn't analyze it as close as we should, but based on my analysis, there's only one school district through the end of last week. There's only one school district in all of Maricopa County that has had more in-person instruction than Gilbert Public Schools, and that is Queen Creek. I believe that this week Higley will pass us by 1 or 2 days of in-person instruction. So for those who think that we don't value in-person instruction, I would counter that. I think we've done a great effort to keep in-person instruction. But that's beside the point of what you asked, Ms. Humphries. So if we really feel like we need to reestablish that metric, I think it's fair to do that, but I would ask if there's any way that we can do it in 1 week and get back to in-person instruction as quickly as possible. I would also point out the fact that we've had 2 weeks of hybrid followed by the break and then followed by another. It disrupts that learning process even more. So that's my feeling that I'd rather get back in person sooner than later.
Would you like to amend your motion, and then maybe we could discuss whether 1 week of hybrid is enough, or maybe we could have board members comment or give their thoughts, because I still would like to have a 5-0 vote.
I'd be willing to amend the motion to state 1 week hybrid in order to secure the data to make school-based decisions. If we just updated that, the second paragraph of that motion, and I'm just going to read this as without actually putting something in writing, so hopefully it makes sense. This board updates its instruction to the superintendent as follows. Classes will be held in a hybrid fashion for the first week of school, followed by in-person 5 days a week, except for previously established COVID limits are exceeded, with some school-specific exceptions that previously determined. Those limits are 1% at high schools, but 1.5% at junior high schools, and 2% at elementary schools.
I offer that it is a friendly amendment if the second accepts.
I'll accept.
The second accepts that as a friendly amendment. Any additional discussion?
One point is that we come back on a Tuesday.
I
Right?
have a solution for that.
Okay.
We would just rerun it as A through L Tuesday, M through Z Wednesday, and then repeat Thursday and Friday, A through L, M through Z. That way nobody misses a day.
So Wednesday.
So Wednesday would not be
the PD day.
Right. We've talked about this possibility in cabinet, just working all the scenarios moving down. So that's something that we could implement if that's the route we go.
So in effect, Tuesday is Monday, A through L.
Sound like a Dr. Seuss book.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
it. A through L Tuesday, M through Z Wednesday, and then A through L Thursday, M through Z Friday.
Evaluate and move to in-person the following week.
Based on Mr. Carr's motion, yes, that's what it would look like.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Carr?
I think that's a reasonable compromise and solution if all are willing.
Your amendment has been accepted and the second accepted. So the motion is as you've stated it.
Could I add something, just a
Ms. Wood?
concern? Could we update our reporting to be Mondays and Thursdays as requested by Amber, by Ms. Franco?
I would, yes.
Or 2 days a week, whatever would make sense?
So I would probably move it to,
Tuesday and
the reason why
Friday?
Wednesday was a good date at this point in time is because it gave people time to prepare if we went hybrid that next Monday.
Okay.
Moving it to like a Monday, Wednesday is kind of not really worth it just because we don't get those reports until Monday. So we could leave it as a Wednesday the week we come back and then switch it to Monday, Thursday, just knowing that that Thursday we'd be reporting out first thing in the morning if someone had to go hybrid. It just cuts it down by a day.
I think that would be important if that's been asked of us. I do want to accommodate and work to make that, if that's important. I think that would be a way to.
GEA about the dates. I don't want to have a Monday when, that's one of our highest reporting days. So
Okay.
that Monday morning, it could look really, really low. But that afternoon, it could be a lot higher. So we'll have to work on those specific times.
To get
So
more days.
just so I understand, Ms. Wood, that's what you're suggesting is not a part of the
Not
motion.
a part of the motion, sorry.
You're
I
simply
just wanted to
asking the
discuss this.
superintendent to
Yes, yes.
increase the number of reporting times during a week.
Yes.
Is that
Thank
right?
you. Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to hear Ms. Ugeti and see how you feel about this amended motion.
I don't feel very good about it.
You wouldn't support it?
My final comment before I yield to the board, see if they have any additional comment, is I don't believe that just as parents and students don't find the hybrid or virtual modality efficient, good in any way, most of the teachers with whom I've had conversation don't like it either. So let's acknowledge that. But it's a stopgap to try to get us to a point that really was why it was even utilized as a part of it. It is actually a ton more work for those in the classroom along with those at home. It is not an easy task. And when we don't have the kind of infrastructure that one would need to truly teach electronically, makes it even more difficult. So that's my comment. Board, any additional comments or concerns, questions before we move to a vote on Mr. Carr's motion, amended motion, rather?
Well, I feel like the 2 weeks was a good compromise, and I think that personally I will stick with that. I'm sorry. I know it's really hard, and these are very hard decisions. It's hard on teachers, it's hard on students. But I don't know what will pass, because I haven't been able to decipher that from what my board members have said. So I will, we can go ahead and vote.
Okay, any additional? Seeing none, we will take a vote. All those in favor of the motion as expressed by Mr. Carr and seconded by Ms. Wood, and Dr. McCord has a written copy of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, the same.
Nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 3-0. I would like to take a moment just to explain my vote. I am highly in favor of the 2-week transition from regular to hybrid and then moving into in-person learning. But in light of the passion and all that we have heard, not just this evening, and I concur with Mr. Carr, some of the commentary was highly insulting, and that's just unfortunate. However, that's what we signed on for, I suppose, and the pay is great. So we'll work through that. The motion does carry 3-2, and we are moving to hybrid for 1 week upon return, or actually the 4 days, and then reviewing the data and moving to in-person learning as the data dictates on a school-by-school basis. Is that correct?
That's how I understand it, sir.
Thank you. We'll move to item 8.3, development first read of policy GCQA. Dr. McCord?
Thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz. Governing board members, before you we have policy GCQA, professional staff reduction in force. This is a policy that we have reviewed, and we have made some minor changes to the policy that are before you right now. And we took this to the policy meeting and the first time, and so whatever changes, or if it stands as is, we'll take it another time for one more look, and then we'll bring it back for final approval.
Board members, this is the first read of policy GCQA. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Humphries. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. Any comments, questions, or concerns related to 8.03?
I just want to say that the way we have changed this policy, I think, improves it. And this will be a difficult challenge. I hope that we don't have to use these two policies, but, people say we care about money, but it's not the money, it's what money pays for, and it pays for teachers and classrooms and curriculum and all kinds of things. So I think this is the way we've improved these is important, but I hope that we are able to do mitigation strategies and not have to use attrition and other things to be able to keep our staff as much as possible.
Board members, anything else? No additional commentary. We vote on item 8.03. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, the same. Motion carries 5-0. Item 8.04, policy development, first read, policy GDQA. Dr. McCord?
Thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz, governing board members. This is policy GDQA, support staff reduction in force. We did something similar to this policy in terms of cleaning it up and bringing it up to date. So those changes are before you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Any discussion? Very similar to the previous policy. Seeing none, we will vote on item 8.04, policy development, first read, GDQA. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Item 9 is request for future agenda items. Those of you who have those, please submit them to Ms. Wilson, should you desire, if there is nothing you want to communicate this evening. Moving to item 10, board committee reports. Item 10.01, Gilbert Education Foundation, Ms. Humphreys.
Yes, I would like to report that we've been working on the classroom grants and are getting those in order to fund as many as we can. And I'll just say, we won't be able to fund them all, but they all deserve to be funded. There's many wonderful ideas in there for teachers or social workers to improve their schools. And I was lucky to be able to read the applications. We had a committee that did that, and we're working through funding. So if anyone wants to make a donation to the Gilbert Education Foundation and help some of those grants get funded, we'd appreciate it, because they'll probably be announced in January when we come back to school. We'll be announcing who receives those grants, but it's just amazing the ideas that people come up with. Just $1,000 can do a lot for improving or adding on to something. So anyway, I don't envy the person, our executive director, who has to put together all the scores and figure it out. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Humphreys. Item 10.02, City of Mesa Liaison, Ms. Wood.
I corresponded with Councilmember Thompson today, and he said he doesn't have anything that he would share with me that pertains to the schools.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Item 10.03, 10.04, Gilbert, Town of Gilbert Liaison, Mr. Carr, and Finance and Audit Committee, Mr. Carr.
I have nothing to report from either committee this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Item 10.05, Insurance Trust Representative, Ms. Uggetti.
Our meeting was canceled this month, so I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. Item 10.06, Legislative Representative, that would be me, and I have nothing additional to report this evening. Moving to item 11, meeting dates. Dr. McCord.
Dr. Santa Cruz, governing board members, our next meeting is Tuesday, January 5th. That is the date that students start back. It's an organizational meeting as well as a board work study and brief board business meeting. It begins at 6. January 12th, board policy meeting committee at 11:30 a.m. and January 26th is another board business meeting at 6 p.m.
Thank you, Dr. McCord. Item 12.01, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Humphreys. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. As I've said before, typically there isn't a lot of discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed,
Aye.
the same. We are adjourned.